Hey, people. Turn this off. Ooh. Alright, after some deliberation, I'll play the fucking game. I still think the first two cases so far haven't, like... We're not off to, like, the greatest start. The last case was, like, entertaining, but a lot of it was just, like... Like, having investigation based cases are fine, but to me, those are definitely, like, the least interesting parts of the game. And there wasn't a lot of gameplay tied to the last case. Like, this does feel like a very dragged on tutorial. So, here's hoping case 3 changes that.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Interesting. So are we establishing the story? Is another locked room mystery because it's in a train?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Go 2 3/4 platforms ahead.
I've never seen
Let's find
such
out.
an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
That's some goofy ass horse animation. What the
I
fuck?
feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This is like too much on the screen. Let me turn this down just a little bit. Okay. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. That's it's quite the title. What is with... Are we, like, in the Big Ben itself? Like, what is this? What an incredible place. Incredible really is the word for it, huh? It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Yeah. Kind of. There are stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected from for the study tour. Holy shit. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. I am not a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints the lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. Hey Shep, I hope I'm at scratch. Yeah, I hope we get to replace this thing, and we get like a good character back. I don't like the assistant so far. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. You're definitely not evil. Oh. Yo, Luhan, what's good? Yeah, no. This is also during the ancient times, apparently. Yeah, this guy's definitely not evil. I trust you aren't exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Like, I feel like he needs the fucking... Not Godot voice, he needs the Gant voice. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. What? And you're an hour late and you're from the UK? Dude, this shit's fucking fake. Oh, no, don't mention it. We've never been happier. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Yeah, good one. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart. Yep. You're gonna be one of the good guys, surely. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. I mean, dude has style, what can I say? Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's... it's an honor meeting you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. I like his stick. Okay, wait, can we fucking examine... Are we inside the Big Ben? What's with the fucking cogs? Is this some kind of cock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant cock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. Yeah, so it's a giant fucking clock. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? Yeah, dude, I don't even have a bow war. You just have tea. Where's the hospitality, bro? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cocks that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Yeah, dude, you just Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. You know what? Let's talk to the guy. All right, hey, Mr. Clearly Not Evil Dude. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, the hell? I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. What is wrong with us? It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas. Even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary technology in the world. Every visitor of London is astounded. Definitely read that right. Oh, yes. Astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me, there's the song. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yeah, okay. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Now we're in London. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Was made not in London. Shows what you know. Great Britain. Great Britain's capital. Clearly this man's correct. I can't even disagree. Great Britain's capital is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice. The unit of Australia went divisive. I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores because he slipped on a fucking cat, and the game made an entire fucking case out. Oh my fuck. That's amazing. The news reached him even before we arrived. Holy fuck, that was a real thing that happened. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We're here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy. I see that it's true, and it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. Oh, I like that they turned. That's kind of... I love the little details that they have added as they've gone on. Like, people turning away and, like, not looking us in the eye when they can't, when they've been caught lying, or they're afraid they're about to be caught. It's, like, really cool. Very LA Noire without the Uncanny Valley. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart. Just, like, it's Strongheart. It's not even the worst name so far. It's just, bro, I'm still trying to, like, absorb the fact that we had an entire case with a dude named Beef Stroganoff. And we had to call him Seaman Stroganoff the entire I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing us the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, I'm sure he is. Just like a historically accurate figure. The Russian sailor, the Russian seaman Stroganoff. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? I'm a lawyer! There's something else. There's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer. It's... Okay, I kinda wanna... It's her! It's Mrs. Sato! It can probably only be... Yes! Mr. Sato! An unusual introduction. But I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you? That look she's giving me. After all the days of hard work she put in to help me study. I can't let her down. Sure we can! Sure we can! Ryu, I think that's quite enough joking, don't you? Lord Strongheart, my real answer is... It's me! I'm a lawyer! Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet, you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. I also investigated with Sherlock Sholmes, the renowned detective who's definitely real, and had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learnt all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Beria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. What the fuck is that? Oh, I fucking hit my controller. Whoops. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Ozogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned, do you? Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Or, as you say, naruhodo, am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there? Just alter a fraction there all of a sudden. Okay. You know, maybe he's not a bad guy. Maybe he's, like, kind of alright. I like you, Mr. Male Strongheart. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There is an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet. So this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you will have passed my test. What could be simpler? How did I get myself? What do you mean? This is winning, dude. Like, you did it somehow. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It is a murder trial. Murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murders are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. I'm like, we get a test. Sato, shut up. We'd be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it is acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What is it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Yes! How are we still talking about this? Alright. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is yes. I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it is as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. What do you... Fuck, why was there a choice anyway? Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato. But what could I do? The answer I fucking picked! It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Sasato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel the exact same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his client in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo! Oh, was there something else? It is approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said, I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. Guilty! He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please do not expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man. Oh, you said it wasn't easy. You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves! I mean, do I want to give him Gundam voice? Gundam voice? No, I feel like he's too straight-laced for Gundam. He has like the Gundam hair, sort of. He sort of has like the Gundam vibe with the goddamn fucking cane. But, no. He's gone. Is that a lamp or is that her? Oh, it's a lamp. Okay. The Old Bailey. Oh no, it was her eye. What the hell was that? That looks so weird. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright. I'm a lawyer. Mrs. Sato, can I just ask you something? Careful, from this position, I can perform a Sato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you have heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. you need to ask me anything, you'd better wait until we're at Old Bailey. Alright, fine. Let's go. The Old Bailey. So... Is the Old Bailey still called the Old Bailey today? Because this is like roughly 100 years ago or something. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock stories, and it worked perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there is no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants. Even for this room for defendants to wait is on guard. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? I'm feeling a little tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air. Almost as the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. What kind of Willy Wonka ass? What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, ain't they? That was like... You know what? That's the voice you get. Hey, Fuyuhiko. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. So are you like some kind of swindler? 'Tis grand, 'tis grand! Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me is all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London or two or three times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye. That was good. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. As for my good self here, I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation is all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Yeah, no, I'm trying to like figure out the voice for fucking Weeb Willy Wonka. Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it ain't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, there's another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. And it sounds like part Fuyuhiko, part shitty fucking Italian American, and part like bumblefuck nowhere. You know what? It's perfect. And an entire park in central London. A city of smiles. We're defending this guy. This is our client. A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What does the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Or do. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves. Well, gentlemen. No, if we don't, we can just represent him anyway, and he's going to give us 1,000 guineas. Alright, I'm glad you're back. What the fuck is a guinea? What's 1,000 guineas? And what's the Old Bailey called now? Is it still called the Old Bailey? Oh, dude, that voice is, like, harsh to do. A little bit. Mr. Gilded. Mr. Mick Gilded. The thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. As Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. How are we still talking about this? Well, well, no. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer? I mean... That will be a fall of the Reaper. Sorry, did you say... The Reaper? I, Jack the Ripper of Bailey, Lord Barrick von Zykes. Barrick von Zykes. Lord Barak van Zx. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zx... Oh my god, is he gonna be the prosecutor every case? No. Bro, his name is cringe! Stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Well, I guess some things really just don't fucking change. It's like, oh, this prosecutor has never been defeated. This piece of shit who's not even a lawyer and is in his second year in college. is just going to win every single trial from now on, forever. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against this fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Barak von Zykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Someone from Japan to help you with English law? Yep. We're in law school. This is law school. Cursed? Oh, what on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate, so don't get cold feet. Now tell us what the case is! This is so much fucking garbage! I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused! In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Oh. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in the courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. So I guess like the first trial is supposed to be a judge that's from Spirit of Justice. Like the judge from essentially, I don't know, Nepal? Do we get Uji back? Please, please, please. Oh my god, please, 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 please. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. I don't give a shit. I want to see the judge. Is it Uji? Is it Uji? The Old Bailey courtroom. The fuck is this? So this is the highest court in Britain. The Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. What do you mean? He's in here. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. What? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. What the fuck was that? Alright, so what voice is the judge getting? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom to be in session. No. You know what? It's close enough. It's close enough. I've missed you, Archie. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. We're here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsel of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Dracula has arrived. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does not look like he fucking belongs here. Fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Nah, that turned like partly Russian there. One! No, that wouldn't work. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunity to the young. Oh, maybe he's a pretty good guy. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to McGilded, what a fine gentleman. Did you hear they donated 5,000 pounds to the government the other day? Mom, please maybe go and play McGilded Park. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. And he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. And most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly to remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yep. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. He looks like a fucking toy. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ah! Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. The aroma. I feel a chill. I don't even know what the fuck that was. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be going on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. And you won't for about 100 more years. That's right. I've only ever read about it. And then you'll have it for a single case and then never again. For some reason, but here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. I can't, like, get a good feel for the voice. My jaw feels like, fucked up. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware. This is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. Wait. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. He kind of looks familiar from, like, a different game. Or D-Killer. Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service to the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust to the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that, and the photograph as evidence. And one further item of evidence. Thrice-Fired Mason, Christian Brickmaker, time cause of death, stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from trauma. So, not immediate. Stabbed once. Okay. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that a blood counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside this vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was a deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. And the other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm always taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Me too, dude. I'm feeling like a little exhausted today. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. Oh, what? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Alright, so the first statement was the first 3, and the second statement was the second 3. Order! 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 That was like a really fucking weird way to spell that, but alright. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First, Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present at the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incidents. Who's your software translator on Discord? Froggy. On Discord. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each one of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. I really like this change. I really like the fact that, like, they're introducing, like, multiple witnesses, and now that we're no longer limited by, like, having only one sprite in this area, you can have, like, multiple witnesses testifying simultaneously. And there's, like, mechanics tied to all of it. It's, like, it's really nice. Like, I quite like it. I wish there was more to the trials, because so far, they've been, like, too, like, it's been too little gameplay, for sure. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the eastern island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? What the fuck? Hang on. Have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What? Do you mean the actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage. Bailiff! Summon forth my chariot. Wait, did they say they came here by carriage and like Sus Otto gave the driver an extra gold coin or some shit? So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. Yeah, put an entire carriage. That wasn't even the first time. I don't know, dude. I wouldn't expect any less from the British, apparently. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Guineas, right. Yeah, like, she paid the driver a guinea. So, like, wait, is this not a carriage? Are, like, carriages and... I don't know the history of, like, carriages and omnibuses. They didn't teach us this in school. Like, is this, like, not a carriage? It's drawn by a horse. It's got wheels and people sit inside of it. What's the distinction of, like, a carriage and an omnibus? Is it just that an omnibus is bigger? In the world of transportation history, an omnibus is a four-wheeled carriage drawn by horses. Whatever, game. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. I mean, he reminds me more of Alucard than Dracula. Maybe like give him like the pleasant boy voice. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in their roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. I would like to submit the crime scene as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. No reason whatsoever. This omnibus in its entirety is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Let me just stick this in my pocket. Yes. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Can I examine it? Oh god, I fucking can. Alright, what are we looking at? So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London Street from up here. What do you mean? What does the skylight being broken have to do with anything? So people sit all the way up here in the bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. That sounds really nice, actually. That sounds sick. And they have to pay money to do so? Brrr. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. So that's where he died? Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. That's blood that's soaked into the seat, the victim's obviously. Yes, and the seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that? I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Ah, that's a poster from the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. I almost heard fizzing with J. Ah, that's a poster from the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece for the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. It looks kind of like the Eiffel Tower. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Oh, they just say the same thing. Okay. All right. That's fine. Can we scan this? The seat has a handle, it seems. This is like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Heating tubs, tool repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Is that all it says? Okay. Alright, okay. No, I want to see the other side of it. Is there one on this side? Oh, okay, so it's just the other side, okay. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't specifically... It's the Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Very cute game. Absolutely fucking adorable. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes. And there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would be able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Alright. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yeah, we just fucking scanned all of it. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of our British court's cross-examination rights. Oh, we have a sword! Nice. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke, focus! What the witness saw. It's alright, I wasn't expecting much anyway. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers, so I remember well. Yes, I think it was some time after 10, wasn't it? And he had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus. Of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You are quite right, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say, the boss insists on running it like... he does. Every evening. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, so sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to get warm up again. Just trying to warm up again. Aww. I like Beppo. He's adorable. Oh, sorry. Holy shit. And you saw them through the skylight and the roof? The roof of the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There's a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was McGilded. What? How would you... This dude wears a bright-ass purple fucking suit, man. Like, what? Where's his scarf? How can he be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. Yeah, it's like, it just... Are we really saying that's him, bro? Dude wears like a bright purple fucking suit and like a goddamn yellow scarf to go with it. I really wish there was. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. It looks more like his suit, if anything.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are you... or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? What do you have... What's... Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail. My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point. What? Is this how the Old Bailey used to work? Dude, I'm learning so much British history right now. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. Yeah, understandable. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty! As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced by my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious than Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes. Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Oh my god. I'm gonna, like, listen to a few hours of Dracula till I get his fucking voice right. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Is there anyone else named M? What about W? Male Strongheart? Nah. Mason? Maybe it was Mason's own knife? The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems his particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason. Oh, they have to advance. Very cool. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. But that dude didn't say, like, he saw the moment of murder. He said he was looking down from the skylight and just happened to see him be stabbed. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. It must be quite valuable. My lord, if you will forgive the interruption. Ah, juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's voice should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! Off with their heads! Holy fucking shit, bro, like... all we've been doing is pressing their statements! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and cross-reference all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Guilty! Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark because he wouldn't fucking say anything. He's like, oh, I'll give you 1,000 fucking guineas. Oh, so like elected supply of beer? No. Go defend me. Are you gonna tell us about the case? No. No. I suppose I'll have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright. keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witness statements again. And then I saw it too. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason the brickmaker. On the floor, you say? By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. And then I decided to not hear all the facts. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. G up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Guilty! Yep. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild. I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear, what can I do for you? You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit to be. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoner's face, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that would stab someone, surely. Mother, we can maybe go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man he is? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hopes of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing in his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known, the very day Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Is that wine in a glass? Oh. It literally did just show up so you could pour it. Okay, okay. Alright. Please. Oh my god, please tell me he, like, tosses it in the ground at the very end when he loses. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zyke's hallowed chalice. Judge, why are you excited? How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard the ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Ah. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The judge is, like, so fucking happy. He's like a fucking toddler. Alright, let me examine this. 20 guineas. The victim was owed a considerable sum. Oh, I never took a look at this. It has a horse on it. That part is a sheep, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. You have a sword tied neck. Oh my fucking god. You're wearing a sword right now. We're in the middle of court. Oh. Those don't seem like words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist, thank you. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Ooh, that's a pretty knife. That doesn't really look like blood. Oh, that looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. Is blood. The victim's. Oh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Oh, this is the M. An ornate letter M. Undeniably, Magnus McGild's initial. I mean, can it be a W? And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, it's one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quashed. Alright, great. I'm glad they just immediately addressed it. I don't want another fucking Leon incident, man. Alright. Oh, also this. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we do find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness, what is it? Look at this, do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strange. Yeah, it's one of the fucking... It's one of the only people related to the case. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying in its very moment. Oh yes, of course. The banker, why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Who would have been due to repay his loan imminently. Interesting. Okay. 20 guineas. The victim was owed a considerable sum, and the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam. That is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best. Ah, well, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense! Guilty! And he's fucking gone. That was it. The last juror's decision. Ah. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, you keep pulling out the same fucking book. What do you mean the Encyclopedia of the entire British Law, sus? When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Ah, the final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense, all 6 members of the jury, are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. What was she about to say? Miss Sus Otto, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes. You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. Did you just put it away? When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination? A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? I don't know, I think like halfway through your lifespan. Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Alright, so maybe like, I don't know, yesterday for you? Any modern British text in any modern text in British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical. Oh my god. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. Naruhodo, it seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence a jury's decision. That procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So, it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. You know what? This is the perfect spot. I'm gonna take a little break. And grab a snack. My mouth is feeling like really fucking gummed up for some reason. I feel like I have lockjaw. So I'm gonna just like go get some water and maybe like a drink. Yes. BRB. This is madness! Insanity, I say! Oh. Dude, I needed that. How's it going, chat? Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... The letter you received. Interesting. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. Was this all rigged? I don't really hold with all this justifying Locke. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation. I wonder if we're gonna have like different jurors for every single case. That'd be really cool. It'd be like really interesting. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has ever attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around! So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. So it's just like another testimony? There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. Is that a real thing people say? I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately... Once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they are unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then... They've reached their conclusions by their own reasonings, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Present evidence? Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. Okay, so like the guy with the knife is like, that's inconsistent with the old lady's arguments. What do you mean? While the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public, they may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. Naruhodo. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I'm siding with the old lady. I'm siding with the old lady. She's awesome. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Oh! Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, we look kind of dashing with, like, the sash and, like, the sword. Oh, that's, like, the ribbon. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Wait. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Yeah, so it should be like 16 pence and not 20 pence. And that's something.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the— oh, dude, we walk around like an actual lawyer! Oh, shit, okay. Alright. According to the group trust testimony we've heard so far. Ooh, Yes, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the land in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pences in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each if you do the multiplication. Ah, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. Okay. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. I mean, like, Twitch has had worse. It's fine. Alright then. Wor worse things have written worse things. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, hmm? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Oh, this is all very irritating. Like, are we getting... Oh, his nose jiggled! Oh, look at that! This is what decades of jiggle physics have led to. This moment right here. This is really good. I kind of want to use this as, like, some sort of GIF for the channel. Beg your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Hey! Dude, we got Maid Girl on our side. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothered me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to put 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. I mean, they're already split. I don't understand why we have to do, like, a majority of jurors on the other side, but whatever. Well, the scale of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. Next to him, just like this. This trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say! So it's this and this. Yeah, I want to be on her side. So it's this and this? Right?
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory! What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? What? How do you not... We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this, stuck that fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there is a strong possibility that one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. I mean, the coachman's lied twice so far. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I cannot abide by people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Don't even hate it! Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events? What of it? It's inconsistent. Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and his young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you! Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you! They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? No. Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? No. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... So is it the autopsy, or is it this? Stabbed once. Alright.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once! Eh? Only once! It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely only once. One time! Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Not guilty! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won! I mean, we haven't. We just get to continue the fucking trial. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir! No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap even ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. You're too late. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zix? Is it cold in here, or is it just me? It's just you, bro. It's hot as shit. As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more! God, he actually does remind me... Oh, dude. It's like some midway between Alucard and Dracula. I think he leans more towards Alucard. He's like a little too young and too hot to be Dracula. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that, in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio, That wasn't very UK of you. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers, 5 pence. Each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the results come out any different. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but, so there were only 4 passengers on a carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare, is that right? It's possible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger of the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. It's contagious, man. I can't fucking listen to Beppo. I like Beppo. He's like really adorable, but I can't. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead, and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He filled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw a blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. This is a blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. So he saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was wilder than before. This was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. There's been much talk of the passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for? It's black and white, the man's guilty! Something about Mr. Faircliff's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh yes, he... stabbed him. Oh, shit. Affair nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses. The danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them. As to the reason. Alright, so I want to press the last statement, and then, like, we'll do a fair play statement again. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expected that was me, sir. That's when I... turned around, yes. I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. Yes, and the fella holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head... No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of stabbing, did I? Huh. You got something to add? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I am a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about exactly what you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands? After that butcher stabbed the man. Are you saying his hands were blood-soaked or the gloves were blood-soaked? Blood-soaked? Well. Perhaps soaked is laying it on a little too thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. Yeah, it's almost like it's fucking bullshit. Can we examine these? This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on your first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. Gilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed, and if only the gloves didn't fit. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. So this...
Objection!
We have such a soft objection. Like, it lacks the power of, like, Apollo or Phoenix. Or even the other prosecutors. Like, Francesco... Even Francesco was, like, really... It was, like, a really stinging objection. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGill, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth? Well,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. Speak or act in an evasive way. He seemed to prevaricate when journalists asked pointed questions. Educational stream. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove! Are you sure? I haven't heard that in a while. Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. Yeah, he's fucking poor. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to his ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What will become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties, therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Yeah, that's how that works. Cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord? Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Bro, can you stop doing that? That shit's so fucking weird. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here, is, as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? But what does that mean? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses this time. I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhodo. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have finally shifted slightly at last. Yes. I finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailants. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, who we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying that we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony's about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Alright, this is, it's the actual cross-examination.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in a court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. For crying out loud, we all knew that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend. That's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Oh boy. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing...
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one, both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that dark color stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. I mean, like, is it? I feel like, if anything, that testimony plus the fact that, like, oh yeah, we saw someone with blood-covered fucking hands, and then there's, like, a little smudge on, like, McGilded's gloves, and that's why he's getting incriminated, is so wild. It is insane.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, that is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and to say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing right, either. No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? What the fuck? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! And the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else in the carriage or we all would have seen it. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember, I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had the exact same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb onto the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anybody else at that cabin at all, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I guess, like, whoever was sitting here could see this side, but not this side. Like, kind of. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight for you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. The area, this cross-section, where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? Like here?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord, as you can see. The seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, well, someone's clearly never been to America. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can we? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof? Do we have any idea at all? Okay, one sec. The souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned, one way or another. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on. Make sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on! This investigations are going on, Mrs. Sato. Miss Sus Otto.
Alright then, I'll go on! The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger on the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin was obscured from view was... Maybe it was him and like the other person on the other side like did the killing.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
That was pretty good. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes. People talk of those tiny island nations on the Far East as if having a learned and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the blood scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to this fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built, yes. The premise may be wrong. No, the premise is right. But, like, if McGilded is sitting on the other side, that means, like, whoever else is sitting on the side, and everyone saw the stabbing be done by whoever was sitting there, is the person that did it. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded. It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. That they claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailants. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood on the passenger's hands was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? The true culprit. Extraordinary! Order, order, order! What exactly are you postulating? The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And do you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose that fact. Unless that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Yeah, I don't think that will be the case. I think, like, McGilded is defending them, but I don't know why. Unless the true culprit wasn't actually seated there, the true culprit was hiding inside the storage cabin thing. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. McGilded to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely. Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes. I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Oh, you're agreeing too, but you're one of the people that still thinks he's guilty. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff! Show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, I have, my lord. There are now two matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. And the second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? No. Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothin' when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the garage that night. I never saw her before or since. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution called for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak. Listen to the proceedings. Yeah, it's almost like one of the witnesses hasn't such shit, and their name is literally Lady First. What? Bang. Ah, smoke, fire, there's a fire, look, someone's trying to get away. It's no use. I can't see anything through all the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto, they'll cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Our heavy call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. What the fuck is this? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. And amid the scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Really fucking weird. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Oh, hey! Nina's back. a young girl, then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with a young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes out to a total of 20 pence exactly, but now it seems that there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say. Like, it's been a while. I'm sorry that I killed your boyfriend. But it could alter the whole direction. I'm sorry I killed your boyfriend. But fuck you, Phoenix. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes. The Old Bailey courtroom. That actually could be Nina. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after... Is it actually going to be Nina? The rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zykes. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to be an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies a stand. Your name, girl? Nikolina Pavlov. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded, I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass here wasn't here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up with the events of the night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. I give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in this case. Just what did happen that night. It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the backseat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a faint start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding their wee self away. I don't think I could pull Irish, dude. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? Just exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to even fucking start, actually. On the night in question, I took several back shots in the back of the bang bus and nodded off.
Hold it!
And when he first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty. There was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye. And that's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by that? By the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite, the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up from with a fair start. A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you remember when I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. And there was no soul to be seen in the carriage, but they fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone. I think it's supposed to be Irish, but at the same time, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't believe a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Aral, Lord Von Dykes, now where would this be? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer him. And some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with the trouble. Are you suggesting that you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, I was. Only I had in mind to find out the whys and the wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right here. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless me soul, what'd I find? There's a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee stuff away. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is... What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside.
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Narho, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. A very good time to have a thorough look. Yeah, we know! That's when I found her.
Hold it!
He said she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overreacting this. Still and all, I pulled her from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir! Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this little urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right here again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl, and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage, out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with his young girl. For that, of course. With a scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind, however, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She is a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses, what's commonly called a pickpocket. This girl here a petty thief? The name sounds familiar. Is this a real person? I guess it's not a real person. Okay. Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Did you just shoot the fucking judge? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper you saw slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself on the back of the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Look, knives are for cowards. Like dogs use weapons. Well, I need to use hands. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. So... you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. It's alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Ms. Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the truth. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked at the horses, just like always. Those are right, all waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitching though. I can't. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out my skin. I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that. This swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, it's a simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. Yeah, this makes sense. I agree with them. I just don't see anything wrong with the testimony so far. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes. It does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of this girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her, you're there. They automatically assumed she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself. If a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. Ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait, but like, we don't know who killed him! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious? We've won? Are you sure?
Objection.
If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This is doing it for someone right now. Unfortunately, it ain't me. It's probably that lady with the typewriter for sure. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was investigated in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGillet's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. Order, order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to happen. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. No? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I mean, okay. What happens if I just say, oh yeah, I didn't look? I don't fucking know, bro. Because we know we saw it and it wasn't empty. I don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartments, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside, yes. Are you sure, counsel? I'd have you whilst. What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. No, this has been so many games. Like, we picked this up in the second game, and then we keep, like, revisiting this shit in every game. It's truth over, like, defense bullshit. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. Does not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing me best interest here, lad. Now then. Fella's memory is a curious thing. You're not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That third cubbyhole under the seat is empty as the devil's heart. So it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending in Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 apiece. Making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red gonk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filled by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of the line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles last night. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and the God permit at least some of the time. Did you say God permit? Yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose.
The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This couple sat on me from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Yeah, it's like this fucking turbo rich dude just didn't have his own carriage, chose to like take a nap on the carriage he's fucking... Bro, this would be like if Elon Musk got on the F at 179 and decided to like take a nap on one of the seats. Like, no. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect me to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not one shot. Most days I push the cushion up with me Ed and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. This seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. For some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole night right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Opson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I said there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. After a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped on my skin. I did. And the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling on the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right, and I felt the cushion over me. It get lighter all of a sudden, presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim. No, that would... Zykes! If he stabbed him, then there wouldn't be a sound. Before, if that was like a body falling. So it wasn't the body falling, it was something else. Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment? Or it's like whoever fucking stabbed, actually did the stabbing, just left at that point. Yeah, I saw it. Quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who I have fallen over. Fallen on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I suddenly backed down again. But it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out of your hiding place? How scared stiff I was, he dragged me out and sat me on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts, he was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling on me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood, it made me feel sick as a dog.
both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff, wanted to know me name and what I was up to on that. Then I heard something from up above, someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later." For one brief shiny moment, yeah, everyone thought he was innocent for no fucking reason. It's clear that they're still very unsure. So am I, actually, if we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Alright, let me save.
Hold it! Hold it!
I really like this music, though.
Well, no.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it wasn't important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark, 'twas terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark somehow. Hey, and I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah, I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Bejabers! There's no need to tell the whole world to me foibled, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a new vital clue. Yes. It's profoundly important. It's the most important thing she said the entire time. My lord! I believe that statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is profoundly important. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council, nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? To come your fancy talk, I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. Just trying to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher see what's what. But then, when that swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. It's so hard to read the shit. And Mr. McGilded sat in the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, you see? But would you? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? I wonder. Bro, where is this fucking going? It doesn't add up. It's fucking bullshit, Miss Lestrade. What do you have to tell the court? It's clear they're at odds with the facts. Huh? At odds? Are you sure, ma'am? Man, absolutely. It seems my learned Dipani's friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zykes realized it too. Counsel. I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit name at the some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the courts. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Miguel snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. Oh, the double slap. An apprentice milliner who witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof of the omnibus. Is it that he screamed? Was it Lestrade? Okay. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate on a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question.
Take that!
It would seem phantoms are at work again. This time in my Nipponese friend's ears. Clear no sound is apparent to me at all. Oh, fuck. Allow me to introduce you to a sound that will be very real indeed, however. The sound of your death throes. Fuck. Well then, counsel. While she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Gold's snoring, but I think... Her passengers lived inside the carriage on the roof that night. Hmm.
Take that!
Oh, fuck. Alright, forget it. Fuck you! I just can't seem to think this through. Sorry, my lord. I need to withdraw the allegation for now. Or your counsel is to withdraw forever.
Hold it!
Okay, so... In that case, let's go back to that point. But I don't actually know. I feel like I pressed everything.
Take that!
Ah, fuck.
Take that!
Rice-fired mason. Yes, my lord, the sound Miss Lestrade can't have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason board. Oh, right, because he was the first person to board. And, like, the other people would have to, like, get on board, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Order, order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person on board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, at all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey, during which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes! Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statements. It would seem words and thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's death right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Granny, no! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge a dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Is the only person on our side now the maid? That's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable trouble you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Where are you playing at? I've forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan. This is carnage, it's perfect. What the fuck are you doing? Sure, number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respectable gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel?
I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time as testified by the witnesses on the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There was another entrance. He was put there after he died. So it could be he was put there after he died. Like, he was taken to the carriage by him, and then, like, someone else actually did kill him. I don't think there was another entrance. And he wasn't already in there, because, like, she went in first, and she, like, saw everything, so no. Obviously, the victim was placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence, hmm? Well said, Lord Van Sykes. The obviously is troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously. Well, heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Well, fine. Fuck you too. I must learn to ramble more relevantly. No. My ravings are fairly fanatical. The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes, so I ask you again. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was already in there? Clearly he was already...
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence? Clearly it's telling me on so. No, that's really not the point. The point is the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring to? Well, clearly... Alright, that was worth it, Yeah, obviously. There's another entrance? If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. So, like, through the top? I mean, that makes sense. I didn't think a body would fit through the top. Like, you know, that might be on me. I assumed a body wouldn't fit through the top, but... Oh, okay.
Objection!
Oh, we're gonna die, dude. You would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, really. One other way inside the door isn't the door, another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. It was right here. The answer is obvious. Clearly, it's only from the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but Would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible! How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might humble fella make a wee comment here, Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But, it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying them, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellows do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... just a few more times, Okay, we're good. What exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? The fuck are you doing? What the fuck is this? You rotter, he said. You rotter, what are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've got in mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Please stop. I hate you so fucking much. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. No, please get him off my fucking screen. My lord may have a comment. If I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zykes. It was the defense that incited the outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruto? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought forth by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's not time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. We were the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Can you fucking stop doing this shit? What is wrong with you? I hope it's you. You go to jail and we never fucking see you again. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent action on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. We're innocent. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust a sneaking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. Yeah, the third juror. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. We're the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Alright, this is all fucking... Just go back. Please. I hate you so much. So in no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Oh boy. There's a victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. It's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask. Do you have any evidence at all? At all? There's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. This is going so well. Well, it was the final run in the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the morning. Evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. See clearly? Is this some kind of lark? Oh, you fair dinkum, sir. Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. That's what with fairies. Also, would I open the door for you? That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. I fucking hate you so much. No, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other Fiend are too. Open free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Alright, I should just save, because I'm like also just permanently close to death. Yeah, it's also been a while. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, lummy, no. Not once, never. Never met the man before, he said, never. Why are you, like, so adamantly agreeing with him? And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, hatters don't much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connect.
No.
I mean, yeah, it's like, this is false. You owe him money.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, what counsel? What can I be doing for you? Doing you for? You're the witness the last statement give you possible thoughts somehow. Not the remotest connection. Is that right? Now I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Oh, I love how, like, the placement is, like, causing to have, like, the director, like, he's like, oh, no, I don't want to get caught in the middle of this. It's really, really good. Like, it's way more dynamic. I mean, it's not dynamic, but, like, it emulates the feeling of being dynamic, for sure. Like, it's way more expressive as a game. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it's as fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You brought what again is for me, sir? At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. I don't know, dude. Fucking leprechaun Willy Wonka here's looking a lot more guilty. And young Mr. First. Sir, what do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? At the top hat sliding about on your head? Is that one of your own creations, is it? Well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks in through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. It's fucking you. I hate you so much. Customers such as Rice-Fired Mason. Did he have a hat like? Did he wear a hat like that? Oh, I guess I'm kind of. It was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord. Hmm? Oh, this you mean. I can't help thinking that poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? That's one of my hats. I bet it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I wager, you could have had a weak quarrel with over distinctiveness for the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here having the remotest connections to the victim, you see. Now that's my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me... Little interruption hold you up to the proceedings.
Hold it!
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. I'm going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. There's a latch. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it. Still and all. Look at the size of that thing. You understand? Oh, we can click on them. Oh, that makes it easier, actually. Hold on there, Minister. The size of the thing means nothing. Oh, and so on, let's get into the bigger picture here, shall we? Yeah? Yeah, bro? Is this the only heat you're packing right now? Let's stop biting her. Yes, please! And can you stop the other guy doing the fucking random horse clop shit? Please. Holy fuck. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck. I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin. You have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. Hmm? The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. It's a lie, I tell you. You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used a skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through it. Yeah, and the catch for them skylight is on the top side, that's why you can't... Yeah, we saw it! Oh, my hat. See? Order, order, order! So it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it, the skylight opens. And from the roof deck, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens, perhaps I should investigate for myself. Oh my fucking god. Sure, another catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. Yes, it is open very wide, doesn't it? I have to take someone like you through certain links, Charlie, someone like me. Oh, what is it? Look, just here, look at this. That's, without question, it's blood! Why would there be a bloodstain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Alright, so I guess it's that, but I'm like really low on life, so I'll save first. I'll be good. I don't really want to go through all this shit again. That's almost fucking... Oh my fucking god.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin window. Cabin below, those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. You didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. Really, everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, hmm? Or exactly within the omnibus is the evidence that you allude to?
By Jupiter, is that blood? The bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. Gilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Is it actually these fucking clowns?
Hold it!
But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside. What? And only found its way to that one particular spot in the skylight. Also, it's on the other side when it was fucking open. You can't open it from the inside. What the fuck do you mean? Let's keep in mind the skylight catch can all be. Okay, thank you. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there, if the gent really fell through the skylight? I mean, why didn't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? This is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there. So it is. What? No, but it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2...
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilden. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zyx? Bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
What a palaver. I must say, it needs to prove reason for a prosecutor of your stand-in, Lord Van Zyx. I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known for all over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. On to kindly slander, and I'll fight us to the better end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. Your own channel to grow? I mean, kind of. Sort of. Maybe. I don't know, dude. I just want to stream and play games. But yeah, how's it going, G Fuelo? And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however, ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories. This is all really fucking circumstantial and fucking stupid, Van Zykes. This is like, oh yeah, he's fucking just bullshit. Trust me, I know. Like, his source is just trust me, bro. Like, what? So now this will it now, Council. Oh no. I think it's fair to say. This is all sound rather like a far-fetched excuse. The blood on Skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Council? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court's been in session. But things have also changed, my learned friend. Here's to hearing opinions on this matter in your own words. As you wish, could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? Ask me, I think. I'm gonna say first. I'm like very, very near death. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Good gracious! Explain yourself, Counsel! Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take as a result of the smoking grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Ms. Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, do not let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke, and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? Oh, it's him again. What are you trying to pull? You rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? Oh, it's you. Alright. I was fucking... Sorry.
feckless gouger. You're supposed to be defending me. Tis a wicked plot. Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seats. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of this morning. Of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Dykes, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Alright, so we did this. Nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. The wheels? No. The rule, the lights. Yeah, I don't specifically see anything else. Wait. It would be dressed in such finery, it would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to seat it in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Open it! Alright, so it's empty now. So, this bloodstain is also new? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Dykes made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? So it's the bloodstain on the floor? To corroborate with the bloodstain on top? My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot.
Objection!
Silence, Mr. Begilded. The court awaits defense's clarification. This straw keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Oh, it's a... drag it down here. Like, it's this thing, right?
Got it!
If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I can recall, the bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was very careless of the We're actively fucking helping you! Dumb fuck! I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Interesting. This trial is over, Mr. McGilded. I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, this is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is the bloodstain is there now. He's right. And over the course of the desperate trial, this should be like counted for as a mistrial. In the course of the desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out, as it has been. The Governor and Reaper Bailey has failed to present decisive evidence at all. Also true. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord. I must concur with the defendant. The unfirm recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zykes, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statements, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes. I'm here in this court today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. I think part of me's just enjoying like annoying the shit out of him. Order, order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer, calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, this is for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? This just says, right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I mean, I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stickner's always guilty of something, mark my words. But really terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us that lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the audio is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zykes, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice. Yeah, by like dragging the entire crime scene into the courthouse. Yes. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot show responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It is the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Yeah. Oh! Firework court. With confetti. Indoors. Can't believe it. This is an outrage. While there's shit on fire. We're talking about it. Man's cleared. He's innocent.
With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly, a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Oh, you're still here. Mr. McGill did. Ah, and that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they'll be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? That was a canon thing that happened. So, like, canonically, we do get confetti and fucking sakura petals when we were in Japan. Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And of you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of here with a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray there in the head. You had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, it's as water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abscondent deed. It's grand, is it not? I suppose it is. And the fine fellow at Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your trouble, fella. Oh, no. I couldn't possibly accept that much. Out of your wealth, you humble people are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But half this. Still in all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I was making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help wherever I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while studying here in Great Britain. And
And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot you were here. Just... don't move. Or as I want to say, gotta move on. She really does take forever to load that fucking thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. What the fuck are you? Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this creature? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of Mixed Rental Smoke Grenade Launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? He won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of the machine. The inventor? Oh, oh, wait.
Well, normally, smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white.
No, I need to go, like, deeper.
If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it.
Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraph beacon. What's it? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Henry, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, so late to my technician. You mean, say sorry? Bro, like, just give her the fucking gun back. She knows it's you. You have a tracking device on it. You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult told you that before. Adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what you want to do is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, I'll be leaving now. Bye-bye. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Yep, she was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner have we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worse comes to worse, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of the Gilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London will freeze a young person solidly just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God.
Oh, it's Judge!
This can't be.
Is he wearing a robe? I mean, judge robe. That didn't look like a judge's robe, though. That was like a fucking post shower robe. Alright, and... Okay. I don't really like the pacing so far. I don't know. Let me like... Ugh. I'm gonna reserve judgment, and like not think what's too hard until like I get through the game in its entirety. Um, but so far, yeah, definitely. It's been... It's fine. It's like just okay. We're like already in chapter 4, but I feel like getting to chapter 4, we've kind of gotten nowhere. Like we've pretty much gotten nowhere. All right, well, either way, I think I'm gonna call it there for now for the stream. Whew. Hopefully it'll be like earlier tomorrow, but as for tonight, thank y'all for being here. And I don't know, there's a whole lot left. I don't have an outro. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.